they were unable to make it tonight. And so I think other than that, I believe we have a quorum. So I think the only person we're really missing is Michelle. But let's go ahead and get started. So good evening, everybody. Tonight, there are no land use applications, as my email indicated. So we're here to talk about the recommendations from the subcommittee that was formed to talk about new members for next year. So I do want to say that I guess in talking, Mike Jennings was the chair of that subcommittee. Mike could not make it tonight, and I believe Mr. Penniman has volunteered to speak on behalf of the subcommittee to kind of let us know what their recommendations were. When we formed that subcommittee, I will say we had 3 members that are presently on the Planning and Zoning Committee that all stated that they wanted to return. So we did not make those members part of the re-vote or re-evaluation, which has been our tradition, essentially. Those 3 members were Richard Kennedy, David Vanel, and Sue Straits. And then just as a reminder, we had Jake Hovermail resigned from the P&Z just recently, primarily because Jake has moved out of the area. Wow. So he felt he should no longer be on the committee. I think he still might have a residence here, but he's not living here anymore. So anyway, so Jake has volunteered to help us still a little bit with IT if we need it here and there, but I was sorry I wasn't here at the last meeting to kind of wish him well. I don't think he was able to attend that meeting, but Jake was helpful, and we're going to miss him from his comments, but also his IT expertise. All right, so here's Michelle. So we do have everybody here. All right, so tonight, let me just, I guess, set the stage here, and then Bill Penniman, I'll hand it over to you. So as I understand it, the subcommittee met. We had an overwhelming amount of applications this year, which is really great. It's really great to see that. And so I think the number was like 9 or 10 candidates who had submitted, and actually there were a couple more that submitted and then backed out for various reasons, as I understood it. So then the question was how many folks we need to add. So presently, with the return of Richard Kennedy and David and Sue, we are presently at 13 members, regular members, and we have 0 associate members as where we stand. So as I understand it, the subcommittee met, and they were looking to fill possibly the 2 positions for regular members, and then we're considering 1 for associate, is how they kind of took a look at that. And hold on, Tammy. And then I wanted to add one more thing there before I'm going to forget it. So I'll come back to that. Tammy, you had a question?
Yes, if Jake has resigned, this may be a very easy meeting. We are down a member. We can take 3 permanent. And
no, that 13 includes Jake, Tammy. So we were at 14 with Jake, and now we're at 13. Does that make sense?
No, because on the list there are 13 with you. They want the lady who one of the ladies who resigned was on that.
I'm not sure what list you're referring to, Tammy, but we presently have
on the website.
Okay,
you had eliminated for Shooty Oak, but the lady that, and I'm having a brain fart, the lady who did the Reston historical district, that wonderful long-term lady, she also resigned. Are you counting her?
No, Tammy, that goes back a long ways. So we've had 14 members this year. Jake resigned. We have 13 members. And so we have 13 members. That's where we stand.
Okay.
Okay. So with that, Bill, let me have you
Sure.
go ahead and give us the lowdown.
Okay, well, I'll provide a summary of how things went. As you indicated, we had 10 applications for the various slots. Mike Jennings distributed the applicants' descriptions of the reasons for why they wanted to participate and their resumes. Most of them supplied resumes as well, although they're in most cases, they were simply resumes for job hunting and not terribly helpful for our purposes. He then conducted a poll of the members of the committee. Oh, and by the way, let me just say the active members of the committee were Mike Jennings, Tammy Petrine, Larry Butler, Katie McLean, Dennis Hayes, and me. So 6 people. The Mike distributed he conducted a poll. He asked each of us to rank in advance each of the candidates, basically from 1 to 10. So the lowest score would be somebody who got all 1s. He went through, reviewed, totaled it up, and the 2 people who came out at the top with 15 points, the lowest numbers, were Timothy McGurkin, who has an urban planning degrees, among other things. Jared Zern, who is an architect by training, and I don't think he's currently working for an architecture firm, but he is an architect with considerable experience. He also got 15 points. Lynn Molston came 3rd and got 20 points. When we discussed going through it, first I held out the question, which I will pose tonight also, with Rob's permission, and that is, do we want to add fill all the slots? And that's because it's been my belief we don't have enough time to ask all the questions we want to ask and make comments even now, and adding more people may not be all that helpful to our review. However, having said that, the committee first talked about the issue of an associate member and talked about, well, wouldn't there be value to having a younger person to start getting the person engaged and hopefully having a long-term future, but bringing a perspective that some of the rest of us may not have, being not so young any longer. So with that in mind, there were 2 people who fit that description, Angelica Jennings and Sean McCann. And I think there was general agreement that it would be desirable to fill the associate slot with Angelica Jennings. The question of the 2 full membership positions, there was considerable discussion with 3 people having a strong desire to bring on Lynn Molston, but the vote, when all of our votes were considered, had Timothy McGurkin and Jared Zern as the 2 leading candidates, primarily because of the technical skills and background they would bring to the committee. So that is the character, and I won't try to characterize, I can if anybody wants me to, but I'm not going to try and characterize the debate that we.
Bill, could you just repeat those two numbers of the top pieces, people your group thought deserved consideration?
Okay, so they were 15 points each for.
No, just their names. I couldn't
I'm sorry, you said
understand their name.
Timothy McGurkin, who has an urban planning background, and Jared Zern, who has an architectural background.
Jared what?
Zern, Z-U-R.
Zern with a Z or an S?
With a Z, as
Okay.
in, right.
Gotcha.
As in,
Thank you I'm sorry for the interruption.
Okay.
Go.
and so that's I think the report that I would bring to you at this point, and we can discuss it, and I'm sure we will.
So I'll go to Michelle here in a second. Let me just highlight again that the subcommittee was made up of, members from some of the other Reston groups, and which is a commitment we made, several years ago. So, as we're talking tonight, there were people beyond just the P&Z, involved in this discussion. The other thing I guess I want to just ask Bill, I guess as Mike Jennings presented the information, it looked like there were actually, in addition to the candidates being evaluated, and I guess we should say numerically, the lower the number was the better on the way you guys numbered it.
Right.
If you had the lower the number was the better number. So just so keep that in mind. When he said 15, 15, and 20 for these candidates, the 15 was the better the number, meaning, I guess,
Right.
the lower the number, the better the candidate. That's how it shook out. So I guess after you all evaluated those candidates all as the same, and then it looks like you took a separate vote, one on the associate
Correct
candidate and Angelica was the one who came to the top on that. And then it looked like you all took a separate vote on the regular members, and I guess the candidate who at least was everybody agreed upon was who? Sorry if I
well, I don't know about if everybody agreed on.
Well, the majority. I guess the majority agreed on. Let me get my email popped off, and let me go back to it.
Rob, that wasn't exactly the way the meeting went down. Two people, Jennings and Larry Butler, independently bucked our instructions, and I think Butler did it and Jennings thought it was a great idea, so he did it. They voted for associate, and then they ranked the rest of them.
Well, wait a minute. We all voted.
We did not. Most of us, there were 6 of us. 2 didn't follow protocol, and we didn't know about it. And Jennings knew the totals because he was the chair. So it was really odd that all of a sudden we're voting for an associate, and we're like, well, that wasn't our charge. We were supposed to rank people from 1 being good to 10 being not so good. And that's what most of us did. 4 of the 6 of us did it. 2 did not. So then we got into a conversation of all of a sudden we're voting for an associate, and we're only doing 3. So 3 of us voted for Lynn Mulston, number 1 out of 6. The 4th person voted Lynn Mulston, number 3 out of 6. So she had high marks of high 3 from 4 of the 6. And all of a sudden she's eliminated because we voted for an associate first. Now, I totally respect the idea that young people need to be on this committee, but we know Lynn. Everybody in this group knows who she is. We don't know these people. And I think they're fabulous. I voted for them. They were in my 2 and 3. That's not saying that those are bad people, but 2 people on this committee voted Lynn very low on on the, for reasons that they served with her on the Reston comp plan. And my point with Lynn is she is not a certified planner, but she is literally written with John Carter and spent thousands of hours on land use. And that's what this committee is all about. And she literally knows the zoning on every parcel within our jurisdiction and has tremendous knowledge that nobody else has. So, you know, thousands of hours being tutored by our planning commissioner is not nothing. And, you know, we know what she's pro golf course, and the two who voted her very low are not pro golf course. So, you know, there we go. That's, you know, it's just an odd political thing. And I don't think it's necessarily, you know, pure judgment. Thank you.
What do you mean
Thanks,
by,
Tammy.
4 golf courses? Just for definition, I just want to understand.
Lynn, as was Elkhorn, who informed us at the beginning of the planning commission, planning comp plan, told us golf courses were off the table.
Okay.
He was, okay, and she
Yeah.
was pro golf course. 2 people on the
What do you mean by
PNC
pro golf course?
not developing them, keeping them as open
Not
space.
developing them. Okay, that
Yes.
Keeping them as
And
was the definition I
two
wanted. Thank you.
others were
Okay.
okay with them being developed.
That is not
Yeah.
true, Tammy. I've told you
Well,
that before.
Bill, we have the emails, and Alcorn even had to come back and say golf courses are off the table, don't discuss them. We have email streams to that effect. We have tapes. So let's not get into that now. But that was the rating. She was voted 7 by 2 people and 1 by 3 and 3 by 1. So she by far was the most, you can put that chart up, Bill. Do you have it?
Can we go to Michelle because Michelle has her hand raised, and then
So I guess my question is, if I can remember correctly, when I applied, I had the option to choose apply only for full member or apply for full and associate. Is that still the case now?
Yes.
Yeah, you can do both. Okay, so we had some, but only 2 people were considered for associate member, even though some indicated they would want to be considered for both. Is that correct?
Yes, 2 said they only wanted to be associate, and they were the ones considered for associate, no one else.
So was Lynn considered for associate when you voted on associate?
No.
Good.
Only 2 were considered, a male and a female.
So,
Yep.
Yeah, Bill?
Yeah, I just want to explain what happened, just so you understand. The issue of associate, those 2 people said they were primarily interested in being associate, not full, and they were young. And
I think that alone is a qualification for anything, but okay.
No, it is not the only
there,
qualification, but it is a qualification. And that was discussed, and nobody said, no, we shouldn't do this. And we all voted, and Angelica Jennings, I think, was the consensus vote for that. The issue,
it just doesn't make sense.
Nobody objected to Mike's suggestion that we start off with somebody young.
Yeah, yes, I did. I absolutely did, Bill Penniman.
You later objected, but I don't think.
No, I said at the beginning, and we weren't on tape, unfortunately, but I said at the beginning that we weren't instructed to vote. We were told to vote 1 through 10 on 10 candidates. We weren't instructed to separate them out into associate and regular. And so it would throw off the numbers.
I obviously I wasn't there. I don't know, but it seems to me what's been presented is only 2 people were considered for an associate position when more than 2 people applied for that position. As a matter of fairness, I don't think that that's right. And so if someone like Lynn or others applied for both associate and full-time, they should have been considered for both associate and full-time. And
So-
again, this is just what I'm picking up right now. I don't know, obviously I wasn't there, but to me, that just seems as a matter of basic fairness. If we've told people you can apply for both, we should have considered them for both.
I guess let me ask this question, because there's been some discussion by this committee not to fill all the positions that we had because of how sizable this committee has become and how long our meetings have come. My reading of the summary of what came back from the subcommittee, that there was the desire to seek out 2 full members and 1 associate member, deciding at that point that we weren't going to fill all 3 associate positions, and which seems in line with, I know, some people's sentiment of just not having us get too big. And then I also heard that Dennis Hayes was an advocate of having a younger blood or somebody younger in an associate position that would, because the rest of us are as perceived old. I won't take offense to that, and just thought that was a good idea. Again, I'm getting the secondhand from the summary, but.
Right, but I guess I think you're missing my point, is that we had people who submitted applications in good faith that they would be considered for both types of positions, and then they were not, based solely on age, and that was never, I mean, that just seems like something that we should have indicated in some way, that is the main consideration, and you won't be considered for a position if you're older than a certain age.
And to be fair about Dennis, he was not, when it became obvious that, you know, this was going to be the associate picked first. And again, Jennings knew the scoring. So he knew who was going to be chosen. He pushed that. And Larry went around along with him. But that wasn't our charge.
Can we get some other committee members involved in this? I think, Katie, were you a part of that committee? Would you mind?
Yeah, I was. Hey, I just want to thank you for doing this. So I want to say a couple things. So we are correct in that we discussed the associate members just between the 2 that had just clicked. They just wanted to be talked about for associate members. We decided that before we talked about the rest of the group. That's point number 1. So Tammy is correct in that we didn't talk about everybody. We just narrowed it down to those 2 to begin with.
Right.
And the other point was, Rob, tonight my understanding was, and Tammy, please correct me, or Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, that we were not, when we left the meeting, yes, we all agreed with one of the associate members to be Angela Jennings, but we did not agree that there was only going to be 1 associate member. That's what we were going to talk about tonight, was
Correct.
Why are we not filling the slate with, you know, the full slate of full members plus the 3 associate members? And that's where, that's kind of what I thought we were talking about tonight, was, do we want to fill the slate? And if so, who are we putting in? Because, right, we got the top 3, Lynn, Tim, and Jared, but if we're filling the slate, I think there's room for 1 more.
But
and then who's the associate?
It's not included. Lynn does not, at least what was presented, it's just 2 people.
No, I know.
And
No, but like the top 3 point people were in no particular order. Lynn, Tim, and Jared were the top 3 of the non-just associate member applicants. 2 people just applied to just be associates. And that was what we voted on first. And it is true that there was it wasn't very clear, because I guess I didn't realize that then we were going to only be able to choose 2 more people. So I guess tonight I'm sort of thinking, I think we should have the full regular members plus the 3 associates, because then we can add Angela, Lynn, Tim, Jared. And I think, is there not room for somebody else? Am I doing the math wrong?
We presently have room for 2 regular members and 3 associates, but
Right.
I personally don't want to see us go that many. We just have too many members as it is.
Well, then right. So then maybe we just do the 4, because it seems like, I mean, I don't know, maybe we ended up, I just think we were kind of, it was a little sneaky that we voted on the associate member before we sort of understood what the whole parameters of the vote was, because then maybe I would have said, no, I don't know if I want to have Angela Jennings be the associate member. Then I think either Lynn, Tim, or Jared should have been, but we had already voted on the associate member before we realized who the top 3 votes were. That's my take from the meeting.
So Katie, after that occurred though, what? I mean, was there discussion then after all of that came about?
That we
in
were
terms
going to
of-
talk tonight here at this meeting about what are we doing? Who are we putting on it? And are we filling the slate to the full 15 plus the 3 associates? And that's what I thought we were discussing tonight, was not just who are we choosing, Lynn, Tim, and Jared, who are we taking out of those 3, but what about the associate members? Are we gonna add more associate members? Yes, we all agreed Angela should be an associate member, but there is room for 2 other members. Why couldn't that be Tim or Jared or Lynn be an associate member if there's not room for them to be on the full membership?
And I would say, I think, Katie's right on that it's obviously a decision of the full committee, not of the nominating committee, if you want to have more people or not. But I was just relaying what happened at the meeting as best I could without characterizing other people's positions.
I guess before I go to Richard Kennedy, I guess the issue I have is the nominating committee is made up of people beyond just the P&Z committee, and that was the whole purpose of them
True too.
coming up with a recommendation to present to us, and then we move forward with the recommendation one way or another. As I understand the recommendation that's been summarized for us, for me at least, the way it was given to me, and Bill, you kind of, that the recommendation was to add Angela as an associate member, and Jared Zern had the most votes for a regular member, but then the subcommittee could not, or really came to a tie on the other 2 candidates.
No, actually,
And
that's not quite right. That's not quite right. Timothy McGurkin and Jared Zern had equivalent point totals of 15. And then the next closest was Lynn Mulston at 20.
Okay,
Correct,
and
but that was in you guys initially evaluated all the
Right.
candidates, and that's the numerical
Right.
number.
Right.
However, then there was a vote taken after that I have 6 people voted for Jared Zern, and 3 people voted for Lynn Mulston, and 3 people for Timothy McGuckin. Therefore, there was a tie for those other 2 candidates that basically.
Okay, if you want to put it that way.
I mean,
that's correct.
this is
That's correct.
what Mike sent me as a summary.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would be fine.
and Dennis Hayes was the one, Mr. Diplomat, who came up with maybe increase the number on the committee by 1 and take all 3 of the top vote getters, and then Angela as an associate. Well, we're stuck at 15 if our recent resignation doesn't lower us, which I thought it did. Didn't he just resign? If he opened up a slot, Lynn can take that, and then we're set. We have 15 and 3. If he's still on and we have 16, then somebody needs to be an associate member if we are going to take all of them.
Richard Kennedy.
My proposal would be, and it's not exactly based on the details of what was described tonight, but for longer term planning, my best idea that I think is best for for our committee is to not add any new full, what do we call them?
Just regular members.
Full members. But then take 1 or maybe 2 associate members, and irrespective of what they applied for, with the idea that they're interested in it, and there's not a big difference. And if we're trying to manage and not get our group too big, then that's the best offer that we can give you is one, or maybe we use two associate members. And if the person that we offer doesn't take it, then we would go to someone else. I don't know if I would explain that clearly enough or not, but
No, Richard, I think you did. I mean, basically, our bylaws, we have 15 regular members. We're not going to change that. And then we have the ability to add 3 associate members. I guess what I'm struggling with right now is we're supposed to get a recommendation from the subcommittee that's made up with not just P and Z members, other people. And right now the recommendation is come forward with one vote, a positive, favorable vote on one associate member. And the committee seemed to agree on one full-time member, but then didn't come to an agreement on a second full-time member. That's how I understand it.
That
came
is
down.
correct.
That would be correct.
So I'm sitting here thinking, I don't know if we have an option to do anything different than just take that recommendation and act on that. And that leaves us with one vacancy under the full-time membership, and we have one associate. That leaves us with 14 members and one associate.
Why would we do that? Why are we limited to what the subcommittee considered? I'm sorry.
Because the subcommittee is made up of people beyond just P and Z, and that's why we formed the subcommittee to have the voices of not just P and Z, but others to come together and speak for the community, and then we move forward with those recommendations.
And they've offered a recommendation, and now we can take it and consider it and change it if we want. And so they've offered a recommendation to consider basically what it sounds like 4 people for 3 spots, maybe 4 spots.
No, the way the recommendation came in, Michelle, is they voted on 2 candidates and they came to a tie. There was no consensus on anybody beyond Zern and Angelica.
And Angelica was only considered because our instructions were 1 through 10, not 1 through, we had 10 candidates. All of them were evaluated. 2 people changed those rules and voted for associates separately, which means they were only ranking 8 people. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Out of 6 people who attended, 4 of us followed the instruction of ranking 10 people best through worst. 2 people decided that having a youth or an associate, somebody who just only wanted to be an associate by their application, should be considered separately. That was not our original charge. So that's where it got all confused.
Hey, Rob, sorry, this is Katie. I hate to interrupt. I thought, but just to kind of go back, and maybe I wasn't clear, my understanding, how we left with the committee was that tonight, the P&Z committee was going to vote. Forget who we're voting. It was going to be how many are we taking? Because we have 5 slots available. Are we truly only taking 3 people? Or are we taking 4? Are we taking 5? That was sort of how we left it. Was sort of like, okay, now we've got to let the P&Z committee decide. Are they just going to take 3 people, Angela, and then 2 out of the 3? Or are they going to take all 4 people that we're sort of putting up? Or do they want to throw in a 5th that we didn't even discuss? So I guess I think as a P&Z committee, I think we have to kind of discuss how many people are we even adding tonight before we vote on who we're adding. Does that make sense? And
Yes.
Bill and Tammy, is that correct? Wasn't that what we
never
talked
about 5. Dennis was trying to solve the tie.
Right, by adding 4 total, but we have up to 5 spots.
Well, we have it, but we had discussed throughout the meetings that people are concerned about too many
with
people
the
and too much
time and
time.
everything.
So that's where 3 came up originally.
Right.
And nobody has talked to any of the 3 that are unknown, Angela, Zern, or McCrutchen. But Angela has no qualifications. She wants to learn. She's young.
But
The other
maybe we
two
can
have-
vote, are we taking 3
That's-
people or are we gonna take 4
That's,
people?
that's to be discussed.
Right, that's, I
that's-
think, what we have to discuss, Rob, before we can discuss who we're taking. Are we
Correct,
taking 3 or 4?
correct.
And I am
And I think
proposing that
Katie
we
is right.
not
That's
take
the
any
decision.
new full members.
You're just saying put 3 associates on?
Put one or offer to the best people, 1 or 2 associates.
Why wouldn't you take 3 if you have 3 top people who are experienced?
Because that doesn't really allow us to get to the point that we want, that I would like to see us at, is just working forward with 13 full appointees and 1 or 2 backup people, associates. Now, if people want to vote against that, then that's a vote. But I thought the management issue was led me to make this kind of a recommendation.
I'm a little concerned that we've lost experienced members. This will be 4 in 1 year. And Weber, the 2 ladies, and now Jake. So if we're lean, we need in my view, we need a cross section of talent and experience who cover all different ranges of experience.
Yeah, and so I would support Dick's approach in the sense, but I've said before, I think we have too many people, and adding more people undercuts our ability to ask the questions we keep trying to ask and told to ask fewer.
I don't think that's valid.
And if we're going to pick, I mean, I think people who have expertise in urban planning and architecture and come fresh to the beyond that is desirable.
Let me quickly go to David or Sue. I'm not sure which one has their hand up.
Thank you, sir. I think if we continue to take the same kind of people that we have on the committee now, that's not to say that these others are not qualified, but if we continue to take, we're not responding to the public's perception that we're a bunch of old farts who are stuck in their ways. I think the people we should be looking at are the people who want to get involved in public service, who have some experience to lend this committee. And I'm kind of agnostic about the numbers. I would prefer a smaller number, but I think the people who come on board this time should be people who are not otherwise engaged in public service activity in Reston.
Thanks, David. Matt, do you have your hand up?
I do.
Sorry, my
I
screen's
just,
not big enough.
sorry, I've had a frog in my throat the last week or so. It seems like everybody's sick right now. Just kind of listening to the discussion here and also talking with Mike after this meeting, which I was planning on attending, but couldn't for reasons at work. Just want to be blunt and just kind of give you my take. I would support adding both McGuckin and Zern as full-time members. And I would support adding Jennings as an associate member. And I don't think we need to add any more members than that because I also share the concern about the number of people on the committee. So that's my take.
You're muted.
Thanks, Dick. So it sounds like that subcommittee didn't
Did,
quite.
did you guys hear anything that I said there? or
No,
was
no,
it
we
all
heard
me?
you.
Okay.
Yeah, Matt, we heard you.
All right.
Looks like William was trying to say something.
So it sounds like the subcommittee, there was some, it didn't work out maybe as perfectly as we normally would like to see. I'm going to take a stab at what I believe the summary of the subcommittee came to us as a motion and see if this flies. That, again, I understood the subcommittee voted on an associate with Angelica for associate, and then when they voted on full-time members, there was consensus on Zern, but not consensus on anyone else because it was essentially ties. So therefore, I would make the motion that we take on Angelica as an associate and we take on Zern as the full-time member, leaving us with 14 full-time members and 1 associate.
Rob, can I ask you a question? Because that was not, I mean, listening to the conversation here, I thought McGuckin and Zern were both tied at 15 points.
The
So
points don't matter if they didn't listen to them for associates. I don't understand. You chose to ignore the points for associates.
So who
Matt-
won then?
Yeah, so Matt, hold on. So again, there was apparently a vote on, or a numerical evaluation of candidates. And then there was voting that was done on associate and then voting that was done on full-time members.
Okay, so those two things
So-
are completely separate from each other.
Apparently, and
Oh, okay, got it.
the way it was summarized to me was there was a vote, and that's what I'm basing the motion is on the vote, not so much the initial numerical.
But Rob, we still have the problem that the vote on associate does not seem like it was done correctly based on what we put out there publicly, that people could apply for both associate and full member. You only considered the 2 people who applied just for associate. You did not consider the other people for associate. That is not fair or right. If we say we're going to consider you for both positions, you should be considered for both positions. I'm sorry, this is just basic fairness.
But I think what Rob is saying is we'll not fill all the positions.
Correct.
And so everybody's considered.
Matter,
just,
chose one
and-
person, you decided to arbitrarily not consider the others.
Well,
You
what-
chose one person without considering the others that you told them you would be considering them. And you did not consider them for associate. You only considered 2 people for this associate position. If we put that out there publicly, we can't then say, oh, just kidding, we got back and decided to cut all of you out because you didn't meet an age requirement that we didn't even express and we can't even put in writing right now or say what it is. I mean, do I meet the age requirement? I don't know. I don't know. What is your age requirement? Do I just not look young enough? I'm not sure.
I hope we're not having an age requirement.
Apparently
That's
That's exactly what it was.
No.
You know, for better or for worse.
She was
we need
young.
People that understand the process.
Are they young? But what is young? I don't know.
There was a
That's why I
discussion.
don't want to get into young.
Yeah.
Well, they did. You're there. You might not want to be there. I don't want to be there, but we are there.
I don't think so.
I don't know.
I think we can
Is young.
react to what we have without getting into the details of
They
what
already
may or
did
may
it.
not have been said.
You're not listening. They already did it. They
I
only
am listening.
people because they were young.
What?
All right,
The
so there is a
discussion-
motion. There's a motion on the table. Do I hear a second?
Is
Second.
it yours?
Yes.
Second, I'll back
So
that.
repeat that, please.
Okay, so the motion on the table right now is to take what I understood as the subcommittee's recommendation with the vote that they had taken to have Angelica be the associate member and Zern be the full-time committee member.
But you're not taking into account that was an unfair discussing and voting for Angelica first. Do you understand that Jennings knew the scores? He had gotten all the scores. He knew who was going to be 1, 2, and 3.
it doesn't matter what he knew. All that matters is what actually occurred, that we know that occurred, is that they just decided to
Yeah,
only
there's-
consider 2 people for the position when we publicly told people that you could be considered for the position if you check this box. And
Correct.
it was just chosen that they would not be considered. And that's not right. I'm sorry, guys.
Well, it, the discussion on the associate position was, wouldn't it be desirable to have somebody young in that position for the one position we were voting on? And the answer was, there seemed to be pretty good agreement. That was a nice idea, and we voted for it. Then we got to the other one, and the vote came out as Rob described. The points came out the way I described them.
You
And
didn't look at everybody. You only considered 2 people.
And Bill, can I
Okay.
ask you, have you ever served on this committee before, the nominating selection committee?
No, and now I'd say,
Here's how it works. You pick the full-time people first, and then you pick the associates thereafter. You don't pick the associate first. You look at your most qualified first. Then you pick an associate.
But Tammy,
So we
Tammy, you were
limited.
there,
we
so why
split
did that occur then?
Well, because Mike and Butler thought it was a good idea, and that's how they voted. When they did their 10 people, they didn't do 10. They only did 8 because they had 2 categories, associate and full. Rest of us were voting on the most qualified.
but when we had the discussion, Tammy, the idea
Don't
that
talk to me like I didn't understand. You're denying that I objected right off the reel, which I did.
I don't recall it, but you may have.
It doesn't
Okay.
matter. We're
There's a
now
motion, there's a motion on the floor, there's a second. We
quickly.
need to take a vote, at least. All right.
I
so-
vote no. I don't know if you're asking for a vote, but I vote no. Because I just think we should be, whatever. Maybe if we're gonna do another thing, I'll make a different motion, but for this particular motion, I'm gonna vote no.
Okay, Richard Kennedy,
I'm for it.
okay, let's see, Tammy,
No.
all right, William Piggies,
No.
let's see, Michelle,
No.
Bill Penniman,
Yes,
Matt,
Yes.
and David Bennell.
1 yes, 1 no.
So which is which?
I'm a yes.
David's a yes. Sue's a no. And then Rob Walker's a yes. Let's see. So did I miss anybody? So we have 10 members tonight, so it's 5-5, so that does not pass. Do I hear
Yeah.
another motion?
I motion that we have 2, or I don't care if we put we don't know who our unknowns are. I mean, just for some elucidation of the people who weren't on the committee before, the last time we did this in person, we had a fabulous candidate. I was all in. I called him. I talked to him. I called a couple others on the list. I talked to him. And to find out who's who, I was all excited about this John Doe. Well, we get to the meeting and Jennings, who was on it, says, well, I did a criminal search on him and he's a pedophile. So we went, whoa, we're not doing that guy. And so he was crossed off the list. Apparently nobody had a criminal record this time. I assume that Mike Jennings did the same. Nobody, I asked, does anybody know anybody of these other people? Butler knew one guy, didn't know him personally, knew that he had been active on the WOND. So he voted for that guy. But nobody knew anybody on this list except everybody knew Lynn. So we've got a cat in the bag, and
All right.
Lynn, who everybody knows, but some think that she has too many activities. So there we go.
All right.
You know, and she's not going to be RCA president much longer, just an FYI. So shame on her for being active and serving thousands of hours of community service and knowing too much. You're on mute, Rob. Everything you
David or Sue as they have their hand up.
Yes, it seems to me that given what we've heard tonight, I think this whole thing should be shoved back to the subcommittee and have them do a definitive list of who should fall into the two available permanent slots, regular slots, and the three, if three, associates. I mean, if the young lady who was voted in as an associate, or they recommended voting in as associate, if she was ranked, then everybody else was ranked somehow. And I'm not quite sure why people are saying that, you know, it was only that and nothing else. You know, if you're ranking 10, you're ranking 10. So anyway, I think we should kick it back and have the committee reconvene and work out a definitive solution.
But wouldn't you say that when they take a second shot at it, that they need to know how many the overall commission would want to add?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, well, I'm asking it in general, but yes, because you had made the point.
I think they probably should nominate 2 permanent or 2 regular and 3 up to 3 associate if they deem it necessary. And then I think it's our job to decide how many people we ought to have on this committee. And I take seriously the fact that I think half of the committee was not us, and they have expectations as well. And I think we should have them help us make a determination.
And to be clear, you're accurate, Dave, to an extent. Jennings was the representative from the chamber. He was also the chair. We had Larry Butler and Dennis. So those were our only outside people, is 2 of the 4. And one had all the knowledge of how the cards were going to fall, and then pushed for the associate to be voted first. And I also brought up in the meeting that we lost 2 this last year before we knew about our latest departure. We lost Weber, a man, and 2 women. We're not equal women to men on this. We are also not equal non-construction, people versus civic work. I mean, non-construction versus people who make their living from development. We're not equal on that. So, I'm for hearing a variety of the architects on our plan. Matt, I could have kissed him when we were doing that crazy. Seriously, you in 5 seconds, you drew a tunnel under Wheelie when that developer was saying it couldn't be done. I just wanted to leap through the screen and kiss the hell out of you.
Well, they should
because
still
it
do that.
showed that you know what you're doing. William Pegwitz is always environmental. It's not that, and Rob is just absolutely a fiend on disqualifying himself if he has any conflict of interest. I'm not casting aspersions. That we need your expertise. We need that architect. We need that urban planner, but we also need consistency of women and people who know the community well, have lived here for a long time. We also need young people. So it's not that there's one horrible person. Well, there is one horrible person, but you know, we have a variety of people to pick from. I would be very happy with 2 associates and 2 permanent, or 1 permanent and 3 associates. We don't know these 2, Zern and this other guy. And hopefully they're like Matt and William and Rob, and who give really super advice to us. Likewise, Lynn can give perspective. She also is exceedingly diplomatic. And she also knows a lot of the upper echelon county people from working with John Carter, and they like her. So it's not a bad thing. She's not a Tammy too by any stretch. I've just worked with her long enough to know and be in awe of her skills.
All right, we need a motion here, but David, was that in form of a motion? Your suggestion?
Yeah, I can make it one. I move that we push the nominating committee, push the nominations back to the committee and have them reconvene and report back to us with 2 names for regular and 3 names for associate.
Would you accept a friendly amendment?
It depends on how friendly.
It would be basically that that either before we go back to them, or we tell them that we're going to have to make I don't think your proposal could add 5 people to our group, and I think that's too many. And I
Dick,
think
I'm not suggesting that we have to take all 5. I'm just suggesting that we need a sorted out list, and then we decide whether we want 15, 16, 17, or 18 on the committee. I'm not in favor of 18, but I think in order to sort things out, they need to have that direction.
okay, I mean, I can live with that, but with respect to the new person thing, there's no reason we can't get somebody that's in their, well, maybe their 20s or their 30s that are that have some interest in background in some of the skill groups that this committee generally has.
I asked 2 of my coworkers
frankly,
to know
even if they don't have that kind of a background, if they're simply interested in getting involved in the community and public service to the community, as far as I'm concerned, as long as they're not a pedophile, that qualifies them.
Well, I could agree as long as there isn't someone that has the same standards and knows more about it, except I would want to take that one person. So at any rate, but I therefore second.
Well, I tried to give the application to 2 of my coworkers, but I guess they didn't apply.
And by the way, I think that Zern is young. We don't know that for a fact, but I think he is younger, on the youngish side.
I could probably find him if he's working in the profession. Did he say which firm, who he worked for?
He wasn't an associate. He's not a working architect. He runs an association. Look on your sheet. You got all of the qualifications, Matt.
Okay.
I'll have to go dig through it.
All right, there's a recommendation on the table here. let's go,
Can I
There's
ask
the-
just a quick
hold-
question? So
hold-
I'm sorry, so
hold-
we're providing the committee no additional feedback or criteria
No.
other than what is borderlining on discrimination when we're talking about only consider something like age? Just so we're very clear, you're not supposed to do that. So are we, the only criteria we are providing to the committee?
We don't know
Right.
how old anybody is. We're just assuming, I think there was an assumption made because these people clicked associate members, but truly,
No, we do know that Angela's very young. She said she just graduated from school. And she's looking to
Well,
get involved with
but
community.
we don't know how old people are. But I mean, Michelle, like truly, we don't like, I have no clue how old people were. We just voted on 2 people that said associate only.
Yeah, I think that's fine. I think the issue though is that's what's being said in this meeting right now, is that the main criteria that's being considered is age. And I just want to be very clear that's in pretty much every circumstance that's not acceptable. That is.
Michelle,
And who-
Michelle, I
who-
think
who
you
was
mis, I
saying
think you
that?
I think you misunderstood what I said that Dennis Hayes had commented about getting younger blood. I think it just happened to be coincidental with the people that were there with the associate position that was already
No,
at.
wait, no.
And if I could,
I'll be clear.
if I
we
could
did-
add one other thing. Michelle, the EEOC age issue is not young people. It's a protection for older people.
Exactly, but we have cut older people out. So that is discrimination of older people.
I don't, let me be clear. This is not employment. This is a volunteer activity in which we are trying to build up the community, including bringing in young people into civic activities in order to develop a base for the long term. And so I just
And
say,
that
I
is
think it is a relevant consideration.
Yes, but that
thank
is something that you consider when you're doing outreach
Yeah.
to get
You
people
can
to
sue
apply
me.
for
Go
positions.
ahead and sue me,
But then
Michelle.
when the
You're welcome.
applications are in on the table, you don't only consider age. That is discriminating against people who are older based off of, you can't do that. I'm sorry, folks.
Nobody's trying to do
Michelle, and
that.
I promise you, as a subcommittee member, that was not done. That was not discussed. That is not anything we voted on. Truly, I know I sure as heck wasn't thinking about it, and nobody brought that up, whether you were old, young, or middle-aged.
Well, they said new blood, Katie.
I
Yeah,
just felt that was like new blood. What I got from that, Tammy, was new blood, as in somebody that isn't sort of already in the mix of Reston politics, or however you want to describe it. That was how I took it. Frankly, when I came on board, I was new blood, and I'm not really just graduated college, maybe not that long ago, but it isn't like I just graduated college. You know what I mean? I didn't take that to mean they wanted somebody really young. I truly didn't.
Okay, the motion's on the table. There's been a second to essentially send this back to the subcommittee to have them rearrange, provide us back a recommendations to fill the 2 full-time members and 3 associate positions, not necessarily saying we're going to fill all those positions, but just have that recommendation come back to us. And then I guess P&Z then has to decide how many positions we want to fill after having those recommendations be given to us.
but Rob, this runs counter to what you said you were comfortable doing, given that you said that it's really all we're.
Michelle, I made a motion that got denied. There's a second motion on the table.
I recognize that. I'm just simply saying what you put forward was that it shouldn't be our decision who's voted on. We should just vote on them.
No, this puts it back to the subcommittee, who the whole point of what I said earlier was it's the subcommittee made up of other people beyond P&Z that we're giving it back to come back to us with a more clear direction.
And then
I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I mean, you guys vote on it. The votes. So let's.
And the P&Z will decide how many people they want as a total. That's a different issue.
Rob, before I vote, I want clarification. It's going back to the subcommittee. Is that just the people that had the meeting that discussed and how we got here tonight? Because I know, like Matt did, I think you were on the committee, but you didn't come to the meeting. So would Matt be part of that kickback to the subcommittee?
It's a
Oh,
good
absolutely.
question.
It's-
I
it's-
wish.
it's
And
the
if
entire-
so,
wish I could
wait a
have
minute,
voted.
The
and if
entire
so,
subcommittee. Sure.
and if so, can other people join the subcommittee? Or is it just
No.
going back to the subcommittee
No.
that had that long
subcommittee-
in-depth discussion?
The subcommittee's already been formed and it's just going to go back to the subcommittee and then whoever is available to meet and come back with, you know, the recommendations. That's what it'll be.
And honestly, I mean, if they said, look,
Okay.
we all got together and we met and you weren't there, so we don't want you on the next one, I would respect that.
Matt, I don't care. I'm just asking. I'm just
No, I
wondering
mean,
how it
I don't
works.
know, because I wasn't there, but I mean, I would participate if they asked me to, but
Okay,
we'll-
cool.
We'll see.
Please do.
All right.
Call the question.
Yes. You ready for a vote, David?
Yeah, I think we are, yeah.
Okay. Richard Kennedy, favor the
Yes.
motion? No. Okay. Katie,
Reluctantly, I guess I will. I don't think it'll be a fun meeting, but yeah, we'll do it again.
all right. Tammy,
Yes.
William Pegues.
Yes.
Let's see, Matt,
Yes.
Bill Penniman,
Abstain.
and Michelle,
No,
let's see, who am I missing here? I'll vote yes.
And 2 yeses from
So
us.
that's, oh yeah, I'm sorry, David, I didn't get Sue. Okay, so Sue's a yes. All right, so that motion does pass. So we will send this back to subcommittee and get them to give us that
5
information.
candidates.
Yeah. So obviously this pushes us out. Normally we try to have our candidates in place by the first meeting of, you know, the year, but I don't see that, you know, if that gets delayed, I think it's more important to get this right than it is to worry about, you know, the timing of everything. I think our bylaws talk to it, but you know, as long as we're okay with, because you know, long and short of it, we don't have to do anything. We have enough members to keep on going. So, I guess I'm sorry. Let me state that a different way. Because we have 3 returning members, would we like to vote on those returning members tonight, just to get that out of the way, and to then in January have no issues of
Yeah, that's
that
fine.
being an issue?
I'll move that the returning members return.
Okay. Any second?
Second.
And second, I'll just ask for all in favor. I'm thinking that's a good thing. Is everybody in favor of that?
I need to abstain. I'm one of those.
Oh,
Yeah,
Oh,
you
okay.
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 We'll
Can
let
I-
you
can-
come back.
Yes.
Can I say that everybody was okay with that except the people that we were voting for? And unless, but please speak up if that's not correct. Okay.
Hey, Rob, I just want to ask if I can for clarification on the subcommittee. Do you want just our 5 people coming back and then the P and Z committee can vote on who is associate and who's regular? Or you want our feedback on who we're suggesting for regular and who we're suggesting for associate? And if that's the case, shouldn't we know how many we're putting in each bucket?
Thank you.
I'll reread David's motion because it was David's motion, not mine. He basically asked for the subcommittee to go back and provide 2 names for regular members and 3 names for associate members, leaving the final decision of the true numbers that we're going to add to the committee to the P and Z. That's
Okay,
what
and
his
not
motion
ranked
was.
in any order, just 2 that we would see regular and 3 associate, not ranked in any particular order.
He didn't put that in his motion. It'd be great to have him ranked, sure. I think, but that's not in the motion, but.
Can we add another motion to rank them? Because that makes sense to me.
I think everybody understands that ranking would probably be desirable.
Okay.
I would
That's-
certainly like to see ranking.
That is how we got to doing the youngest first, the associate first, and a big push on young. So
Yeah.
I would prefer to do ranked as a formal motion.
If
Thanks,
I
Matt.
were on that group, I would want to give the our overall group a list of the qualified people, irrespective of whether or not it's for associate or full-time.
Thank you.
And I don't think the motion addresses that one way or the other, but,
I,
and I don't think we want to go back to people to reapply. Gosh, that would be a
well,
waste of time for everybody.
there were two people who specifically asked to be associate, and of the others, I honestly don't know how many held out. So we're happy either way.
Everybody said they do either. Two people
Yep.
said they'd only do associate.
Okay.
Oh, that's good to know. That makes it
Hey.
easy.
Fine, I'm just gonna, can I do a motion? I'd like to
Please.
move, I'd like to move that the results are presented to us in two categories, each category ranked. So the categories being associate and regular member.
Well, could you put somebody in both? I mean, I don't think that's necessary. I think people ought to figure that out when they have their
But that's not, we
ready
weren't
to have.
tonight. That's not what we did tonight. We were told that we were gonna need to vote on what the subcommittee presented to us, and we couldn't create a separate slate. So we need a slate. And it seems to me the decision was made that the only decision we will be making is how many associates to take. And then the decision is yes or no, up or down. Do you want the slate that was presented to us with this number?
No, it was ranked, in which case the P and Z committee could pick 1, 2, or 3. And it's, I mean, I don't.
Bill, it
understand
specifically
the-
wasn't ranked, or Matt wouldn't have raised the question.
I think the committee can figure that out, but I don't have any problem with asking for a ranking if.
So can we do it
The
this way?
motion-
Can we have it where the results are presented with the recommendations for regular members, the 2 recommendations for regular members, and then 3 ranked recommendations for associate members?
That's fine.
The decision in front of us will be how many associate members.
I think you're putting on extra requirements that might not be useful, but it is what it is, so. I don't think we need a new motion to start it with.
I would prefer to have a motion, Dick, just because of how the original meeting went, which was unusual in that it broke protocol of how normally candidates are selected based on my experience, having served on this committee twice before. We selected the associate first. That's never been done. It's always been the main members and then the associates. This was flipped to, oh, 2 people only want to be associates, vote between them.
See,
So
I think you can do it the way you want to, Tammy, without having to write all the details down there.
yeah, but that's the point, is the trust has been broken because we were supposed to rank 10 people and 4 of us did that and 2 did not. Two ranked 8 people and broke out the associates.
So I think we can take it with.
Let's-
there's instructions to pick 2 regular and rank 3 others. That's the instructions. I think we understand that.
That's what Michelle made a motion for. You want to second that, Bill?
No, I'm going to abstain again. You can second it.
So I did not hear that as a motion. I heard that as just as a,
I don't know
So-
why we're taking the first motion off.
well, it's not off. The first motion passed.
Michelle,
So
do you want to make that motion? I thought it was a motion, but
I thought it was too. It's a motion. It seems like the committee needed some more guidance. What was presented to us was not what was expected. So
Thank
to the
you.
extent that
I'll
guidance
second your
remains-
motion.
This is in addition to the first one?
Well, it helps give us more guidance, and Matt brought it up. How are we gonna not get into a cloister problem again?
all right. So Michelle, please misstate your motion because I'm not sure I have it all here.
Misstate or restate?
Or
Restate.
sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
So the motion is that the committee return 2 recommendations for regular members and then 3 ranked recommendations for associate members. The reasoning behind this motion is so then there will just really be 2 questions in front of the whole committee. 1, how many associate members do we want? And then, well, that's really it. How many associate members do we want? And then 2, do we support the slate that was presented after we've chosen the number?
Well, just so long as you don't think that overrides the other comment that the full RP&Z group will make a decision on how many people we invite to be in either category.
Well, we already know how many we're inviting for the regular membership. We're not
No, we
extending
don't.
it's 15, so that's 2. And
You
then for
said-
associate, that's the question in front of us, right?
That's my understanding.
I don't see what the difference is, but if you do, fine.
All right. So that's Michelle's motion. Who seconded that?
I did.
Okay, Tammy seconded. All right. So we take a vote. Richard Kennedy,
Abstain.
Katie,
Yes, yes, thank you for the clarification.
let's see, Tammy,
Yes.
William Pegues,
Yes,
Matt,
Yes,
Bill Penniman,
Abstain.
let's see, Sue,
Abstain.
David,
Abstain.
I think that just leaves me. I'm just going to abstain on that as well.
Did
So,
Matt, did Matt vote?
yeah, I got Matt. So so the yeses have it. So we'll add that as an additional motion that we'll provide to that subcommittee. And
Rob, do you have to say the numbers, because these votes are supposed to be in our, the number is supposed to, not who it was, but the number is supposed to be in our minutes.
oh, you mean so me to verbally say it? Yeah. So there was one no, 4 yeses, and the rest abstained. So 1, 2, 3, 4.
Who is the no, Rob?
Dick, I have Dick Kennedy. Oh,
He
I actually,
abstained.
I'm sorry.
was
Dick,
the-
he
I was
abstained.
abstaining.
He abstained as well.
Yeah, maybe, I don't think you asked me. I voted yes. Did you have me down?
I did not.
Okay.
Sorry, Miss Michelle. Okay, so that's, yeah, so sorry, that's. So 5 yeses and 5 abstained.
Very good.
Okay, well, thanks, everybody. I know that was there's, just on, I'm glad we got through that, and I think that is probably the right thing to do, is just get back, get some clarification, and then revisit this. Hey, I did want to give everybody an update. We have 2 land use applications that we've been notified of. One is Comstock's Commerce Center that is coming to us in January. They have an amended plan that they propose to do south of the toll road and I guess, what is that, west of Wheelie Avenue. And then I just got notified the other day that there's a land use application that has been recently filed with Fairfax County on the Association of Teachers land, but it's just a portion of the land, not the entire development. It's a portion along the toll road, proposing some residential to replace, I think, some existing office that's there today. So we haven't received formal submittal, just a kind of a heads up. So we think that Commerce Center is going to come in January, and we think that the Association of Teachers is coming in February, is the plan.
Let me add a little thing to that, is that I just forwarded to everybody an article from Fairfax Now about the Association Drive. And it has a couple of images with it of, I get elevations, not plans. And the article seems pretty straightforward about what they're trying to do. But we all remember this, I'm sure, from several years ago, that the first time around when we were really unhappy with the number of trees they were removing. But it is just a partial. It's not, because the original one there were like 4 or at least 3 different owner groups, and each one wanted to do their thing, either residential or commercial, and no one liked where the different groups were being located. But this one also has a tendency to look, from the images that they're showing, looks like you're looking at it from along, I guess it's Sunrise. I always get the 2 confused, but with front doors really close to the sidewalk, which they are not really front doors because everybody drives around to the other side, and then minimal space between the sidewalk and of course the edge of the road. So it's like not a good look up front. But the article is a good, nice article, and so you all should have it in your email boxes now.
Thank you.
Thanks, William. I guess the other thing we need to do is establish the schedule for next year. We always seem to have conflicts in January and February's meeting with holidays, and so I'll try to get that calendar, and I'll work with Shruti to make sure that we're in sync with their schedules as well. But likely, I think I've already felt that the February meeting had to go to the 27th of the month, but I didn't look at the January meeting date yet. But I'll try to just issue that in an email so that everybody has that for the year.
Good, thank you.
One other thing, does anybody have any skinny on the Reston comp plan process?
I do not.
Okay, it was Larry Butler discussed it real briefly at RA last week. And that was, but it wasn't enough detail, but the staff will be getting the staff reports back in January or February. We had been told it was January. And then there will be public, I guess, public hearings, and then it'll go the regular process to the PNC. I don't know if that's accurate. He didn't have definitive, but he said that's what he had heard. So
That would make sense to me, and I think I've heard hints of that, Tammy, but I think you're probably much closer to that than I am.
well, it's, they asked me to comment on it, and I said, broke protocol and asked me to comment because I happened to be listening to the meeting, and I said, we don't know anything. There is no official. So in other words, task force members have received no specific emails stating XYZ, this is what's going to happen and when it's going to happen.
The same is true for the sort of inside contacts that the Reston Environmental Advisory Committee, since I'm on the committee, has. I mean, usually we've been given information about what's going on with it, but we kind of like don't know much of anything about what's going on with it now, schedule-wise or anything else.
All right, anything else?
I thought I'd append a little thing. It's like the last month I couldn't make it to the meeting, but I had hopefully a little part that was read about the Haley Rise situation and their urban agricultural, which is actually going to end up on the roof at some point. And in my guise as a master gardener as well, I'm on the Fairfax County Urban Agricultural, or actually they call it something Food Council, and the work group for urban agriculture. And they were very interested in this and didn't really know about it. And so I've taken the liberty of, I set up a contact list to say, hey, do you guys want to talk to each other? Which included the Food Council, the developer and their sustainability group, and the Semper Green people and the separate independent engineering group that tests various roofing systems and configurations. And they all came back and said, yes, we all want to talk to you. Thanks for doing this. So now they're beginning to get together and talk about this, because Brookfield really wants to do this all over the area. Right now, their model is that they work with a charity and a specific rooftop farming company, Uptop Acres, which have done many of these projects in downtown DC. And the Food Council actually has tax incentives for doing this in general. But what Brookfield has done in DC with a project that's been going on for many years now is that they have a farming group that does the farming, and then all of the produce goes to a charitable organization which delivers it then to other charities that provide produce to facilities that are feeding those in need or those that are homeless. So that gives them another kind of a tax break. So these are things that actually make it profitable to have a farm growing on your roof. But right now, the Haley Rise area, it's container plantings that are at grade near the Wegmans, across one of the streets from where the Wegmans is going to open up. Dormant now across the winter. But even though when you go by and you look at it and you don't see a whole lot, that's really a significant amount for a rooftop farm. And Brookfield has said that ultimately they intend to put it on the roof of, I think, the next building that comes along that they're going to be doing. After Wegmans is finished, they've got another one that they're starting work on. So that's interesting things.
All right, thanks, William. Yeah, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Tammy, you have some parting words?
I just wanted to, I'm taking your cue, Rob, quickly, across from Wegmans Block C that we voted on, that is heavy under construction. The hole is getting deeper there. Wegmans is opening in February. The exciting thing is Brookfield has that one building there that's going to be a timber building. I don't know that, I can't remember, did that come before us and get approved? I'm not sure. But timber and throughout the industry is going crazy. I'm getting a lot of emails and webinar invitations on timber framing. So big lamb beams and high rises, 23 stories high, all timber. So it's good for our committee to know that this kind of innovation is available when we listen and critique people coming in with their first shots. Thank you. Happy holidays to everybody.
Yeah, Gensler actually designed one last year. I don't know when it's going to be started. It's in Japan, I think. 65 stories.
Wow.
Wow.
All right. I think it's time to let Shruti go to bed or go home. So or whatever she needs to do. But Shruti, we really appreciate your help this year. Thank you for everything you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
I think we'll sign
Ah.
off.
Adios.
Holiday and
Good night.
see you next year.
See you, everybody.